Good morning, everybody. I'm going to ask Councillor Scott will open the meeting with Karakia. Yes.
Whakaturia mai, ti uru kahikatia, whakaturia mai, ti uru tāmatua. Kātorona, pakia katia, kātorona kaupekahia. Kia rangi whawha, kia aorangi. He whakamaru maru, he whakaruru hau. I ti iwi e, ui, wiro, tau mai te Māori, haumi e, hui e, tākia.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Scott. Welcome to the 610th Council meeting. I have been informed that there is a quorum present, and I am pleased to declare the meeting open. Do I have any apologies for this meeting? I note that I have Councillor Cramwell and Councillor Moody online. No. Any conflicts of interest? And any public forum? We do have a public forum. So today we've got Paul Hodgson, who is representing the New Zealand Salmon Anglers Association, is here to talk about the Karakia fish screen facilities. He's also got Kevin Belcher and Peter Trolove to support him. I understand that they are here. While we wait, because I do know that they're here, I do want to just say a mention of the passing away of one of our current regional councillors in the Bay of Plenty, one of our colleagues. He passed away late last week. This is Malcolm Campbell, and he was the former mayor of Kōrero, but also a current member of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, elected member. So I just want to pass my condolences on to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and their wider family of Malcolm, who had served his community for a very long time. So just want to pass that on. All right, Paul. No, I will wait. We will wait. Sorry, team online, we're just having a few technical issues with the presenter for the public forum. We'll just give them a couple of minutes to get themselves organised so that we can see the presentation that they have for us today. Here we go. We had to do it the old-fashioned way with a cable rather than the wireless. So there we go. So Paul, Hodgson, good to see you, and over to you if you want to introduce yourselves. You've got 10 minutes. There'll be a ding of the bell at 9 minutes, and then we'll have some questions. You've got a red button that you need to press down there. Microphone.
Good morning. We're back again. Fish screens, a topic. We came last year and talked about the Waimak ones. Regretfully, today's one about the Rakaya ones is same story, different place. In a nutshell, just to clean up a few issues from our last presentation, we were asked about how do we know that so much of the salmon downward migrating smolt are lost. North Canterbury Fishing Game advised. For example, a desktop exercise suggests that loss of fry due to inadequate screening may exceed a third. That's 33+% lost to the fishery of the entire juvenile production of the Rakaya. For the 2018-19 irrigation system, ECAN staff are monitoring 15 of the significant screens in Canterbury against the NIWA guidelines, alongside consent conditions. A trial survey in 2018 found nearly all screens failed to meet NIWA guidelines and were ineffective in screening salmon and returning them to the source river promptly unharmed. Nothing's changed. North Canterbury Fishing Game knows that it has a legal authority as manager of the salmon fishery to go to the Environment Court if a fish screen is non-compliant and seek redress on behalf of salmon and anglers. One would hope we don't have to get to this point. North Canterbury Fishing Game has a duty to anglers to seek the return of salmon diverted into irrigation raceways and ponds, especially after declaring a crisis nearly 10 years ago. Failing to do so contains ineffective, non-compliant fish screens. So North Canterbury has a responsibility as well as ECAN. And it's important that councillors know to compensate the salmon fishery for this 33% salmon loss due to ineffective screens. North Canterbury Fishing Game has introduced an adaptive management model to cut angler catch rates by 30%, with the 2-bag season limit to compensate for this loss. So we are hurting. We have a salmon fishery in Christchurch, it's almost gone. But while we're talking about salmon, I guess we need to consider that it's not just the salmon and the trout, but it's also the native fish that have been abstracted at the same time. ECAN has a statutory duty to enforce fish screen consents and address non-compliance promptly. Evidence from New Zealand salmon anglers shows a serious governance failure that has allowed ineffective, non-compliant screens to keep taking water for irrigation without a plan to fix each one. So we came last year, we talked about the same thing, we raised these consents issues. At the coalface, nothing's changed. I'd imagine that Fish and Game are now considering shutting the salmon fishery for the season. We had a salmon fishing competition on the Rakaya where you couldn't catch salmon and ended them in the competition. How absurd is that? I'll now pass over to Kevin, who's going to, after I talk about this slide, talk about our findings on the Rakaya. The basics, same as last time. Each section of all fish screen facility designs needs to prevent loss of fish from the river, death of fish, physical harm to fish. For the New Zealand salmon anglers, and we're suggesting that perhaps you might like to adopt this as the standard, the ideal that you're going to strive to get all our fish screens to, any fish removed from the river need to be promptly returned back to the river unharmed. We have to put some aspirational goals out there so that the engineers and the fish behavioural specialists understand what you want to do. That's our objective anyway. I'll now pass over to Kevin, who will again talk about rotary drums and what we found on the Rakaia.
Good morning, everybody. My role today is just to run through some examples that we've physically noted on the Rakaia River. This particular drum, rotary screen, had no sweep, an ineffective bypass, which is typical of these on the Rakaia and the Waimak. We did point out one on the Waimak to you at the last forum. So it's not just salmon, it's also trout and native fish being lost to the rivers because of these ineffective rotary screens. So there's a picture of a, which is supplied by NIWA, of some, in this case, salmon trapped against a ineffective screen. And by the way, these screens also allow salmon to go around the sides and down irrigation races into ponds. Typical photo of a bypass where fish are stranded on stones.
So this is a video. We're just going to...
The end of the line for this creek system goes into a boulder hole.
Whoops. Move on. So this is quite typical of fish screen.
Another fish screen nearby, another rotary drum screen, typical no sweep, ineffective bypass, which has a similar effect, or the typical effect of that previous NIWA photo. The fish are simply trapped against the screen.
So in this case, the bypass doesn't divert back to the river, it just diverts... Oh, sorry. This particular screen doesn't divert the fish back to the river, it just diverts the fish down to the next fish screen, and the next fish screen, and the next fish screen. We'll just play the videos here.
Look at him trying his damnedest to get through this fish screen, this salmon. Look at him. Absolutely trying his best to get up to spawn, to do his natural thing. The poor bugger. And this is stopping him. Look at him. How much more proof do you need, fishing game? These are not compliant. ECAN, pull your head out. These consents are bullshit.
An angler's view.
So this is your fish screens. I've just seen another one. We'll give them a second to come out. These fish are stuck in these irrigation creeks. Right there, people, there is a bloody salmon. Hey? Right here in the friggin' fish screen, right there, guys. Do you want any more friggin' proof than that our friggin' streams do not work? Fishing game, I've given you evidence right here that these screens are restricting our salmon. This is ECAN, this is all consents. These are not viable. These fish are getting into these creeks and getting stuck and not getting to sea and getting into irrigation ponds.
So there's 3 videos there. I will send you the full version, but it's 350 megs, and I've tried to several times to send it to ECAN, but it's taken me 15 minutes to download. Fish and irrigation raceways and ponds across Canterbury. So this is picking fish out on the side off the pond. So left hand side is salmon smolt, that's trout. You've just seen the video on the salmon. Here's the new addition in out of the irrigation ponds. It might be the only place we can go fishing.
just in addition to this, the resource consent for those particular fish screens states, in the event that any of these fish screens at the intake become ineffective for any reason, the taking of water under this permit shall cease until the screen's effectiveness has been satisfactorily restored. But these screens are ineffective by design from day one, and they've been like that for years and years and years. So now we have a salmon crisis.
Moving on,
That's your 10 minutes, but if you want to wrap up.
just quickly wrap up. This slide, so that you can see, is a slide from the States. It's about a river that's 2 or 3 times the size of the Karakia. You'll note that it's got ice in it. On the right-hand side is a screen, is the extraction point. There is no reason that screens can't be located directly in the river. If you locate them directly in the river, you don't have to deal with the bypass issues, which is largely why all the screens fail from a compliance perspective. I'll just leave this video going. This particular take takes 40 cumecs a second out through a screen of 1.5 millimetres. So it can be done, but we need a will, and we need ECAN to get out there and ensure that all the screens are in fact compliant.
Right, thank you very much for your presentation. Peter, Kevin and Paul, I think there's 3 of them there. So got a few minutes for questions. Genevieve, and then Ian.
No, thanks for this. It's timely, I think, too, to have this discussion. And I'd hate to be a fish in that waterway, to be quite frank. You noted the ineffectiveness of fish screens. With your time on the waterway, in your fishery, do you know how many fish screens there are in that area that you can see and have concerns about? And what do you think the answer is? And that's...
Thanks for the question. We believe on the Karakia and the Waimak, there are 13 abstraction points. So we're not exactly sure on that number, but I've actually put an OIA into ECAN to actually determine what it is. So that's 13 screens or 13 points of abstraction, surface water takes, and when you do an assessment, and we've suggested in there that we invite you out to come and visit a couple of screens on the Karakia to put this all in context. It's not complicated. So 13 screens using ECAN's SOP. So we did this part as a fish screen on the fish screen technical group. We went out and assessed some screens. Your SOP is fine. It's quite easily to follow. And to do an assessment without getting into detail, you're probably talking less than an hour or 2. I'll give you half a day on the Karakia because there's some bigger issues associated with that. So it's about willing and wanting to do it. The compliance people and people here in an ECAN know it doesn't work. They know the screens are poorly designed. They know all the issues, but there seems to be a lack of willingness to do something about it. And yes, I realise that it'll be a bit confrontational, but the dairy farmers and the irrigators are going, well, what do you mean their screens aren't compliant? What do you mean their screens are poorly designed? Well, in the screen that we'll take, if you agree to come with us, you can actually put your fist down the side of the gap between the screen and the side of the tape. Well, guess where the fish are going to go? They can't go through some of them can't go, the bigger ones can't go through the screens. The smaller ones just go straight through 2 screens, both sides of the drum, and down the irrigation raceway. Or they just go around the side. And regretfully, most of these takes don't have a bypass back to the river. That's not difficult to understand, surely. So you set up one screen, you put it in, it was never going to work anyway, but any fish that didn't go down that raceway get diverted to the next fish screen, which also has the same design flaws. They've been known for over 20 years, and it goes down to the next one. So if we are losing over 30% of the salmon fishery down the raceway, based on what North Kimberley Fish and Game advised, then imagine if that was your super scheme, and you were taking 30% of that out, and I don't think you'd have much left. But if you'd like to have that argument here, I'll give you a bank account, and you can donate 30%.
I've got time for one more question, and the only other one that I saw early was Ian McKenzie, or Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. And it's not directly related to fish screens, but well, it is directly related to your comments about fish screens. But you've 2 or 3 times in your presentation, you've directly linked the collapse in the salmon fishery to poor fish screens. Whereas I'm a member of Fish and Game, I go fishing quite a lot, mainly for trout rather than salmon. But the Fish and Game's advice is that it's actually things that are happening out to sea that is the predominant cause of the collapse of the salmon fishery. Could you just comment on that?
I'm very pleased you brought that up, Councillor McKenzie. In a recent OIA to Fish and Game, both CSI and North Canterbury Fish and Game, I asked for a copy of the report that links sea conditions to the decline of the salmon fishery. And there is no report. There is no staff report. There is no report there. I'm not saying sea conditions haven't changed. I'm not saying that they contribute. There is no known existing report. So if you have a copy report, please pass it on. I welcome that opportunity. And I would like to table another fact, which is probably also confronting for councillors in North Canterbury Fish and Game and CSI. And the science says that 90% of the losses of salmon can be explained, but only 5% of those losses are attributed to sea conditions. And we're still 70 to 90% of salmon are lost before they get to sea. These are known facts. And it's very important when councillors are here talking about that you have the facts.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. I've given you double the time that
Thank you.
that we would normally give, but thanks for the time that you have taken in for answering those questions. We'll get a response to you in due course, but I appreciate taking the time to come and speak to us last year and again this year on the other river.
Thanks for your time.
No, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now 4.2, we've got deputations and petitions. There were no requests for... Oh, sorry, I'm shooting forward. There is a resolution here that I will ask somebody to move, Councillor Robinson, and somebody second. Councillor Campbell, this is to receive your public forum, and that will give you a reply. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. Now we'll move on to there's no requests for deputations or petitions at this time. Is there any extraordinary or urgent business? And I have not received any notices of motion. Now we'll move into our unconfirmed council minutes, 22nd of April 2026. This is on pages 6 to 16 of your agenda. Are there any matters of accuracy relating to the minutes of that meeting on the 22nd of April 2026? May I get the resolution on the screen? Can I have a mover? Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Davis. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. Now moving on to report items for decision. 8.1, Amendment to Committee Terms of Reference. This is on pages 17 to 30 of the agenda. Recommendations are on page 17. Terry, Terry, the Te Pau Herenga Acting Director of OCEC and Te Tiriti Partnerships, will introduce this report amongst a few other reports. So Terry, over to you.
Tēnā rā tātou, kia ora Chair. This paper is for the amendment to the Committee Terms of Reference. This is a minor amendment to allow consistency with the other standing committees and to remove the minimum and maximum requirements for the number of committee meetings per year. This is an acknowledgement of the fact that the work that comes to the committees is lumpy and not evenly spaced over the year. So this just provides the council with flexibility to choose if they need to have a meeting if there is no kaupapa, or additional meetings as well if they prefer. So this does bring it in line with all of the other terms of reference that we have, and the schedule that we have for the rest of the year will remain in place, and it just provides opportunity for the committees to choose their frequency on an as required basis. I will take the paper as read and leave it there.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Terry? Okay, Terry, you can step back from the table. Thank you. I'll bring the resolutions up. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Sunkel. Is there any discussion? Councillor Mackay.
I just have one point to raise and acknowledge, is that through the Strategy and Policy Committee, we've been working really closely with staff to get like a work plan, a forward work plan of what will come where, and we had the opportunity to sit down with the team yesterday to really flesh out what the rest of this year will look like. That doesn't mean that there will be, things will come up, but just wanted to stop and acknowledge staff for working with us in this way. And we've talked about how we will bring that as a paper to show you all what the rest of the year would look like going forward from our committee.
Excellent, thank you. Nettles, did you want to say something? I can see you're kind of itching.
I was itching. I just wanted to concur with my colleague across the way. Really appreciate that staff have sort of worked really hard to bring us a forward look, because no one really feels they want to be dealt to, and it's a huge leap forward for the council that there's some really clear sight in front of us to help us all make some good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favour of this resolution, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. 8.2, Core Service Lead Terms of Reference. Terry, welcome back. And we've also got Simon. Nice to see you both. Terry, introduce this report.
Kia ora anō, long time no see. This paper is for the terms of reference to the core service leads for the councillor positions. I will actually hand over to Simon Tapp, who is our Senior Strategic Advisor to the Chair, to speak to the paper. Kia ora, Simon.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Terry. This paper largely does, as Terry said, at the start of the triennium, Council agreed to reinstate the structure and the roles of core service leads and elect councillors to those positions. And essentially, this paper codifies the way that they are working and provides some certainty and clarity to that structure. It has been canvassed through 3 sessions now of the Chair's kahui and wordsmithed beautifully with the assistance of councillors in that grouping. It essentially just solidifies the current way of working and will support the intent to support councillors to have clarity with themselves and each other and how they work, and to guide staff in providing that support too. I'll take the paper and the attached terms of service as read. Terms of reference as read.
Okay, before I go out to ask for questions of the directors or the team at the table, the core service leads, I just want to invite you to make any comment and whether you're comfortable with the approach and with what's on the table. So I'll ask Councillor Mackay first.
Look, thank you. Through you, Chair, look, I'm very comfortable with that reviewed terms of reference, and I think if it gives fellow councillors around the table a degree of comfort around the roles of the core leads, that's healthy. I think just the one that I lead, environmental regulation and protection, is a big area, and most of the issues that have come to me and been picked up in the council discussions or around this table definitely relate to one of our three parts of our core service lead around authorisations, that's consenting, compliance and incident response and compliance. So that's been issues for a lot of councillors sitting here, and the way that I've approached that is to make that all of council working groups so that everybody is informed about what's going on. And we've got a workshop coming up on the 25th of June, which is our first one, which has taken quite a while to get set out, and working with the regional delivery chair and deputy and staff around that. But it's really important that everybody actually understands these processes within the organisation and gets ably informed, has their questions answered, and is informed for where we go forward for particularly a long-term plan and a resource management reform that we've got to do. We have a pest management working group set up, principally to look at the review of the pest management plan, but also to be a conduit or a sounding board for other pest management issues that we've got. So there's five of us, including myself, on that one. We have a biodiversity champion, and that is Councillor Moody. So he has his roles there from a function and should have the contacts in to the organisation. And then I guess the other ones are data, information, advice and local action. So those are generally things that staff will bring to us in a briefing paper. So what I've found is that there are probably three different things. As I said, the common themes that I hear, and they're basically all of council. We do have councillors coming with constituency things, but I do think that that's something that they probably should be dealing directly with governments and then elevating it through the organisation. And for my role there as core lead to be able to elevate that or to amplify it if the councillor doesn't feel they're getting that constituency issue answered. And then we do have the odd councillor, I shouldn't say odd, we do have councillors with individual concerns that they want some more clarity with, but I have found that generally they have directed emails into staff, come to me as well, but then when I try and close the loop with staff have actually already handled it. So that's the one that's probably causing the most tension at the moment, is what's the role I have to play when in fact the individual councillors already activated the process themselves directly. So happy with it as it is. Thank you.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I think Simon's done a good job. It's good to have a terms of reference that's quite concise, 2 pages. We can quite clearly see what it says, what it doesn't say. I would just say to council that I don't think that this is any deviation from the status quo. It is simply putting it onto paper. So I don't, just to allay those fears that there's something going on here or some kind of, manoeuvre by the chair or so on. There isn't. There will be questions to this, which will be good to hear. And I think, as I say, I have confidence in the terms of reference.
Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, we workshop the terms of reference with the Chair's Kahui. I'm very comfortable with what's been proposed. As Joe said, it's merely formalising the way we have been operating, just to make sure that staff and councillors understand the purpose and the role.
Thank you. Okay, is there any questions of staff? Councillor Mackay.
I have 2 questions, and it's actually quite comforting to hear that it's no change to the status quo. First question is really just about confirming then that the core service leads, as I understand them, they're kind of like the conduit between operations and governance. and they don't replace. And my question is, do they replace, or can you confirm that they do not replace, actually would be a better way of putting it, the committee of the whole structure and create another governance layer within council?
Happy to confirm that. They don't. And that's actually reflected in the council decision of, I think, 27 November 2025, which reinstated them. And in that council decision, they were considered to be the governance lead on the core service function delivery by council staff. So exactly that, the conduit between the governance structure and the delivery mechanisms through council as a conduit. No replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. I know where to direct my inquiries. So the only second question I have relates to that, which is the use of working groups. And I see that in here it's kind of is optional that you can use a working group, and it says issue specific or issue based. Look, I think working groups have a place, but my preference is that they're used sparingly so that we're not actually creating more levels of governance, and we are actually continuing to actually go back through the committees of the whole. But I just wondered if they should be time-bound as well. And look, I've had the opportunity through the Chair's kahui to provide that feedback, and I haven't done it. So I'm not suggesting a shift to terms of reference. Instead, I'm kind of putting out here that if it is going to be kaupapa specific, that we might need to also think when you're establishing them to put some timeframes around it as well.
Not entirely clear if that requires a response to that. It feels more like an operational practice kind of question for yourselves as a governing body. As we said, this is not intended to prescribe or limit, how or deviate from how they are currently being used. So I'd encourage you to continue using Chair's kahui and your relationships to just normalise that. Thank you.
Councillor Gerard.
So just thank you, Chair. Going through what Councillor Mackay was going through, and some points there where one was the way that we communicate, because I was first told that we put anything through governance first, and then the governance will direct to the right party. So some of my questions are quite complex, say like groundwater levels. It might be a hazard, it might be about regulation, it might be about science. And so I had one query like that, it had all, so it was multi-layered, and so I imagine it goes off into different parties, to address. So I'm sort of there, is that the right procedure to go through governance in the first place?
I'm happy to tackle this one, I think, but I'll let you jump in if I get this wrong. Just speaking to Councillor Mackay's point earlier, it feels like both of those are avenues, but if you have a core service lead with and sort of a relationship into the council staff structure, that might be the first suggested port of call to help kind of refine the question, tease out the layers, identify possible paths forward, and then, of course, it would be a conversation, I'd imagine, between the core service lead and yourself or any other councillors as to where those questions, where the answers may be best found, and that would probably be at the point at which the core service delivery staff would be involved, or through governance at that point. But I suggest the core service lead in the first instance.
Okay.
Yes, and following up that, I think a lot of our issues are integrated. Yeah, so I do find as a general thing in our organisation is that hazards is separate to environment, but I see them actually as one. So, yeah, that's my own. So it's fundamental. The other question I have about the pest management group, is it that Claire mentioned? I'm in the biosecurity advisory group for Central, and I'm just sort of like, I've got all this information from yesterday, great meeting, 3 hours, but what do I do with it? And so wouldn't I naturally fall into
this group so I can actually advise and be part of the conversation. And, because otherwise it's going nowhere.
So, can I answer that?
Yeah, Claire, do you want to answer that, and then we'll move on?
You have been circulated in the next invite, Sarah, but I think that you just need to be clear that there is two things. You're sitting on the community or broader community advisory group, and I'm quite sure that you'll get basically the same information back to the review, to the pest management working group. It won't be exclusively around the review of the pest management group, but where there is a governance sounding board for staff around some of their thinking, so it's perhaps a slightly different role, but you have been circulated in. We just want to try and keep the group reasonably small and nimble, so you've been added.
Councillor Scott and then Councillor Mackenzie.
I'm just wondering, I've got no problem with any of this, but I'm just wondering about the timing of meetings and specifically in terms of regional delivery, which is quite a long way apart, not so much strategy and policy, but we're in a fast-moving change at the moment, and we'll talk about that next probably, but I'm just wondering whether there's a possibility of, because regional delivery contains a meat of a whole lot of things that we need to understand. I'm just wondering whether there couldn't be a shared time for strategy and policy and regional delivery in the next wee while so that we cover the issues that Ian McKenzie and others have about the services that and what they will look like and those sorts of things, because I think that's important to understand.
Something that the two chairs of and the deputies of those committees can pick up. Councillor Mackenzie.
Look, I just wasn't sure I quite understood Councillor Megan Mackay's question about time-bound restrictions on how working groups work. As the convener of probably the most, the working group that's been around the longest and most functional, I'd just be interested to know what she meant by that, because I didn't understand her comment about that.
Megan?
So 2A subclause 2 says convening issue-based working groups of councillors to address issues with the core service and keep council informed. And I think there'll be different interpretations around council about what that means, and probably different practices that are adopted by the different core service leads. And I think if they're going to be truly issue-based, like for example, the good example being the pest working group, then it's the topic. You've chosen who's right for the topic, and then you choose like when it's to end, because it might very well be that the end point is when you're comfortable with the delivery and the strategy. That would seem like an actual end point. So it was really just fleshing out that terms of reference.
Comfortable with that?
My only reflection on that is that I think part of the purpose of the working groups is not only to help staff in terms of add value from a governance perspective, but it's also to make sure that there's a larger group of councillors who understand all the issues that are coming up in a particular core service. So it's not necessarily always going to be issue-based, but there will always be issues. So, I mean, it depends on what you mean by issue-based. But so the other day we dealt with some issues on the Ashley River. We've dealt with a number of issues, and it's not from... And we're not instructing the staff on anything. We're just listening to the concerns and then working out how we can add value by redirecting that work path through whatever path is necessary. So
okay, no, that's fine. I think we'll if there's no more questions of staff, I think. Sorry, Councillor Moody, we've got a question for you. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Support Councillor Scott's request for more frequent regional delivery committee meetings, and comfortable to support staff with these terms of reference. Thank you for your work on this. For me, it seems like we're saying that rights come with responsibilities, that with the right to meet with senior staff to address issues and provide governance leadership on work within the core service comes the responsibility to convene issue-based working groups of councillors to address issues within the core service, bringing more voices and views into the room. So, yeah, thanks. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor Moody. Did you have a question, or was that part of the debate? Okay, excellent. Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions of anybody. So thank you. You can step back from the table. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the resolutions? And I'll just get those up on the screen. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Campbell, any debate? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. All those against?
Aye.
It's carried, thank you. 8.3, initial council response to simplifying local government announcements. This is a working group that I have asked to stand up to support me, or to support Jan and I with the amounts of work and things that are coming at us from the simplification for local government, so that we can dissect those things, triage them into the right channels of the council, whether it's the committees, and so that we can work through what is important and then come back to the council through full workshops and whatever mechanisms that we want to have to then work through what is our common goal, common voice moving through this quick-paced reform. This is not meant to be something that's bigger than what it needs to be. It is really just a small group of councils so that we can just take the bit of the load off myself to, you know, get some different views and different voices to get feedback, and then push that into the normal channels that we have through our committees, our core service leads, so that we can then present a good, strong council to what's coming, because we need to stand up a whole lot of stuff. We need to do a whole lot of things that we need to be responding to. So, Terry, do you want to say anything to this, or Patrick, do you want to say anything to this paper?
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you for your introduction and the intent and context of this paper. I do have Patrick Lindsay with me here. He is our head of our Strategic Transition Unit. So I will just open to Patrick if he wants to add anything in terms of the paper itself.
Just to add that the paper also provides that outline of the simplifying local government proposals, which were announced on the 5th of May, and on which you were briefed on the 6th of May, and on which there have been various informal conversations around this table and around various council tables across the region, and that one of the thoughts around the formation of this working group was noting the 3-month timeframe in which territorial authorities have to progress Head Start proposals within that simplifying local government context. So there's those significant time constraints within that process. Happy to take procedural questions about that working group structure, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so what we've got in front of us in the resolutions, we've got up to 5 councillors that can come on to this, that we've put as a starter for 10. The reason that I wanted 5 is I wanted to have the 2 chairs of the committees, and then with Nettles as well from the Strategy and Policy Committee, and then somebody from, and I've been writing this down, one councillor from the Greater Christchurch Urban Growth Public Transport perspective, and I understand Joe is moving, or is going to be away for a while, and that's why I did mention or ask Ashley Campbell, and then one from the rural provincial catchment freshwater perspective, which I then asked Councillor Scott. That was the makeup of the 5 that I put on the table. Now that is a conversation that the council can have, but we need to have that in a constructive way. So obviously we need to work through this. Now, does anybody have any questions or comments that they want to make? Councillor Joe Davies.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I'm just wondering, how do you see this, or your task force, with your transition team, interfacing with this working group?
So one of the things that the Chief Executive has spoken about in setting up the Strategic Transition Unit is the need for it to be able to work really quickly as the context changes. And having a smaller group, a councillor working group, I could see that could work quite flexibly as well. rather than the need to form a full council or committee meeting to work things through. So a more flexible, fast-moving context, exactly as you discussed with your last item around forming of working groups to enable that conversation directly between staff and councillors within the short-term context that we have around the Head Start process.
Any other questions? Councillor Mackay?
Well, I'll ask the same question then of what I asked of the last working group, which is this intended to create another layer of governance, or will it continue to report back up through to the committee structures?
I note that within the draft terms of reference, they've been very explicit around no decision-making rights within this working group. So my view would be that it supports the development of advice that then goes to council for decision-making. So I don't think it creates a governance structure or a new layer of governance, but it supports good advice that goes through to council that has been tested by a variety of perspectives, as the chair mentioned, before that comes to the council table.
Councillor Robinson?
Mine's more, you did invite commentary, so whether or not it's appropriate for staff to be at the table or not, I'm not sure.
I suppose if you've got questions, we'll do the comments maybe afterwards with questions if you can at the moment.
It's sort of got, a flavour of questioning in it, I guess, but I'm happy to hold.
Okay. Councillor Gerard?
I'm just trying to think how, whether we would have any members that are not on, councillors that are not on the working group, but could councillors have an opportunity to come and do their deputation or whatever to the working group so they feel their voices being heard on a more working group situation? Just as an opportunity to actually have their voices heard in that space, but don't have to be so much part of the working group.
I think should you decide to form a working group, that will be a question for the members of that working group of what their operating model looks like and how they work with the rest of the council to ensure that they're fulfilling their duties as outlined in the terms of reference.
Yeah, and I just want to note that the reference group has no delegated authority, no delegated decision-making authority. It's not committing the council to any position. It's not proposing anything. It's not negotiating any outcomes. It's not doing any public statements. It's literally here to help me with the workload that I've got at the moment. And that is, that is really important because I have a hell of a lot going on at the moment. So it's to triage. It's not to make decisions. It's not to hear voices. It's literally to triage all of the voices that are coming already so that we can adequately deal with them so that people can feel heard, because that's the thing that I really want to make sure is that there are a lot of voices coming. I can't deal with them all. Yayan and I can't deal with them all as a chair and a deputy, so we need a way to dissect those. Councillor Faulkner.
Thanks, Patrick. Just one of your first comments you made, and you spoke of speed and decision making, and then there was a little bit of an indication that working group would help in that decision making. Then you turned around and said, after another question, that there would be a secondary process where it would be going back through council. Now that's where I'm getting my head in a space of uncomfortableness around how we're going to actually structure it. It's not the intent. It's just a little bit of governance there.
My apologies for that lack of clarity. So what I was meaning with the supporting decision making would be supporting the whole council to make quality decisions, providing advice to council, exactly as the chair mentioned. Those terms of reference specify that there's no decision-making powers to this working group that are being put together. It would be a place that would support the decision-making of the entire council when that comes together.
Which in effect is the decision-making that I already do, having papers to come into the council, what workshops, what the flavour of the workshops are, kind of thing. It's like that is kind of what I already do. It's literally having a couple of other people with the amount of simplification, local government noise that is coming in to make sure that is happening in a coherent and constructive way, because I have to focus on external relationships all over the place, internal relationships, and also trying to sort of work to make sure that the voice of this council is heard in what's happening into the regions, because that is really important. If our voice isn't heard, functions and what we do aren't heard, then we aren't going to get the outcomes that we want for what's going to come. And we're being forced into the simplification for local government. We've got to work with what we've got, and I'm trying to do what something is a good thing here. Any other questions? Councillor Davis.
I'm imagining Teams calls. Is that a quick? How do you? Will it be once a week, and will it just be Teams?
That would be a decision for the working group as that's brought together, but that's what I anticipate. So it can happen much more quickly.
Question for those on the group: wouldn't you just send a Teams invite to everyone? And like, I'm not going to probably come in and listen, but someone might want to come in and listen. But they just, and then you kind of almost don't have Chinese whispers about everything. It's just bang. If you want to know, just Teams in. Is that, no, you don't want to do it either.
It's a small work.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that will happen within the working group that won't happen at full council. It's just about making sure that we're not missing things as well. And if we have, that was the intent. There's no other hidden fishhooks here. Councillor Sunkel.
It's not a question, but it's in a response to some of the questions. For me, it is about 4 or 5 people having a conversation. So do we need delegations? Do we need Teams events? We actually have how many councillors sitting in this room that can have a conversation with any one of us at any point in time and put their view forward as to what is important. It's not about one person or one core service driving their agenda to send a message. It's about us coordinating a message that we then send out to our territorial authority brothers and sisters. That's all it is bringing the collective knowledge together. We don't all have to be in a room, but we need to listen to all the voices. It is simply a conversation to bring those thoughts and ideas together so that we speak with one voice.
That's your debate. Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor McKenzie.
Well, just the mere suggestion that this working group is going to coordinate a single voice for this council, I find abhorrent. I'm sorry.
What I should say is that a voice that this council will have to move forward. That's notwithstanding each of us will have different views on different things. I'm not trying to say that everybody has to speak with the same voice and we're going to be told that that's the way. Everybody will have different views on this simplification for local government, what's going to move forward.
That's just what John said.
It's the operate. Can I? I'm not. I don't want to get into a debate on this, but I'm giving you my intention here. Can I ask any other questions? Okay, so. Well, you can during the debate. Do you want to? Have you got a question, or can you frame it into a question? Okay. All right. Step back. Thank you very much. So we will have the items. We'll get the resolutions on the screen.
Name the ones that you've proposed.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so now we just need to make a resolution, but the thing is, we need to put the names on the, the names on there. So as I was saying, in resolution, is it 2? 3. What I had initially put down and mentioned was Councillor Nettles Lamont. Megan Mackay, Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Scott. Now I want to ask if those 5 are comfortable if they want to be on it. Councillor Scott.
I want to withdraw from this group. Shut up. And the reason for that is that terms of reference don't give me the opportunity to be able to say the things I need to say in my community in the South Canterbury. I think that Councillor Mackenzie should replace me. That would be my recommendation. And the reason for that is because I think I think we're reasonably well coordinated in South Canterbury. And I can bring that any information, well, Nick and I'll bring that information that we have to that group as the clearinghouse for council. But I think Councillor Mackenzie has spoken quite strongly about the need for someone from a core service.
Yep.
He is the lead of a key core service, which is our rivers, which is one of the things that we're trying to ensure that gets carried through. So my recommendation, and it's up to you, Chair, but my recommendation is...
If I go back to the criteria that I spoke about before, number 4 was one councillor with rural, provincial, catchment, freshwater and flood risk perspective, then Councillor Mackenzie would be the from a skills-based and from the point of view that you just mentioned would be what I would then recommend. So, Councillor Mackenzie, would you be willing to be on the working group, the makeup of the working group in that context?
Yes, it should either be Nick or I, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Mackenzie is what I will recommend. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is there any other comments on the makeup of the people on the working group? Councillor Robinson?
I just want to make a comment in general.
No, go for it.
So given the structure of 5 members being proposed and the way the reference group is framed, I think it's understandable for a lot of us to feel on the peripheral of governor-to-governor conversations, particularly when it's so small and it operates informally and is expected to move quickly, and it may become the primary conduit for regional reform conversations. So for councillors outside that very group, there's a real risk of feeling like governance becomes something you are updated on rather than generally part of the shaping. And that tension comes actually through in the paper itself. On one hand, it says all formal decisions remain with council. The group is only advisory and it has no authority. But on the other hand, the group has been established specifically because of conversations moving quickly. Relationships matter, and early coordination and engagement may influence or reform before matters formally return to us at council. So in practice, early influence matters the most. My main concern is not simply about whether formal votes still occur at council, it's about who's in the room early, who helps frame these very issues, and who develops these relationships, who receives information first, and who helps shape the narrative before formal governance processes begin. So if that becomes concentrated within a small informal group, it can naturally leave other elected members feeling extremely sidelined or redundant, even unintentionally. So especially for reform discussions involving our very careers and those in the room, the future of the structure of this local government group may be beyond councillors itself. We need broader inclusion, more collective ownership, regular workshops, transparent information sharing, and meaningful opportunities to contribute before positions solidify.
Point of order, Chair. Are we in debate?
I'm going to let this. Joe, I will let this, and then we'll move and second it, and then we'll go through.
Thank you, Chair. Otherwise,
continue, Councillor Robinson.
There's a point of order to interrupt as well, so thank you.
Let
Otherwise, there are a risk of creating a two-tier governance environment, a small group involved in live strategic discussion, and the wider council largely receiving updates after the fact. That is ultimately a governance decision, a governance design issue, and this is a process issue, and we've been collectively talking about process. I feel a deep sense of discomfort and once again feel very much on the peripheral. So that's my commentary. It's not about membership, it's about the structure.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. What I will do is I want to ask now, is those 5 members comfortable with being on the working group? Councillor Campbell.
Given what you said about how you chose it, and given that Councillor Lamont is on the Greater Christchurch Transport, whatever it's called, I am very comfortable if there is another urban councillor who wishes to take my place, I am very comfortable with handing that over. It is, I'm not saying I'm withdrawing, I'm saying if there is anybody else who wants to be that person rather than me, say so, and I'm comfortable to hand over.
Yep. Yes.
It's once again missing the point. It's not about the membership, it's about the amount of the membership, the limited conversations, and the very sculpting of reform.
Okay. Now, what we'll do is thank you for the offer there, Ashley, but at this point, are you comfortable with being on the working group? Fine. So what I will ask for the council right now is, may I please ask a mover and a second, Councillor Mackay?
So I was just checking to see whether yourself or Jan were part of the group.
I was just thinking this. We should be ex officio.
Well, in that case, I think if Jan's part of the group, then you don't need me to be part of the group. You've got strategy and policy and iwi voice, if that's the case.
But I would probably, you're there because you're the chair of the committee, and at this point in time, they've got the two, so... Are you saying you don't want to be on it, Megan?
I'm saying, based on the criteria, my main thing, I know that iwi voice wasn't part of the criteria that you put forward, but given if yourself and Jan are part of that, then that's covered, and I'm quite comfortable that the Deputy Chair of Strategy and Policy is also there.
Yeah, because the chair and I, the deputy chair and I are not necessarily members of the working group. It's to help us with stuff. It's not necessarily, we're not part of the nuts and bolts on it.
Right, so it would be there for...
I think it would be better if you did stay, because I think I need the two chairs of that strategy and policy.
Okay.
And regional delivery. So who's going to move? Is it Joe? Sarah, do you have a question?
I would be happy to stand as urban.
So you want to you want to be on the working group instead of Ashley?
Mm-hmm. You don't look happy. No, he doesn't look happy.
Councillor Faulkner.
I would second the recommendation as it's stated, with the people that are on there in red. I have comfort. I have concerns prior, but now I'm feeling much better, and I think the intent that you are setting out to do is in place, and I think we should just back it.
Okay. Actually, it's now been moved and seconded. I've just noticed that Councillor Claire Mackay has seconded it. We have to go into a debate. That's the standing orders. So I will open the debate with Councillor Davies. If you want to do an amendment and if you want to add your name in there, could you just work that through? Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm happy to move these today. I see this as a progression of our governance maturity in this triennium. I think that we're seeing our chair, who has the democratic majority of council, assuming and taking responsibility by saying, I would like support. And I think that that is an honourable thing to come to terms with and to put in front of us as a council. And I know that the strategy and policy team as well have supported the chair in piecing this together. It is advisory only. It's quite clear what it can and can't do within the terms of reference, but in this time of significant change, I see any structure that's there, led by council or led by chair, adopted by council, as being something we should all get behind. And just in terms of, before I totally hear what Councillor Robinson, what your position was. It was more to do with procedure and the fact that we were just kind of making commentary on a motion before it had been moved, when what you said, I feel, is appropriate for debate. And I'm sure that we will hear views possibly like that during this debate, but I'd urge all councillors to support the establishment of this working group.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, look, thank you. I think that it's, in addition to the comments that the movers just made, I think it's just important to us to reflect on the fact that we as a council unanimously elected a chair. The chair, and presumably with the deputy chairs, help nominated the 5 people that were originally proposed, and we've now got a list there. I think that we need to trust each other around this table, and this is what I feel that we're perhaps with some of the discussion are lacking. So I just encourage you to trust your fellow councillors, and we have been assured that the process around this and how it comes back to full council for any decision making that comes out of the recommendations will concur. I mean, I think this is a bit ironic that we're having this discussion about small groups now when we've just done a terms of reference, in which one of the primary attributes was setting up small working groups. So, look, just encourage you to support it.
Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it wasn't for the fact that I chair the Regional Delivery Committee, I would be absolutely indifferent as to whether I was on the committee or not. We talk a lot about strategy and policy and the importance of strategy and policy and strategy and policy. Ultimately, I feel an absolute responsibility to probably the other 800 people in the organisation who sit under the functions that deliver for this organisation. Whether it's the rivers teams, whether it's our science teams, whether it's our planners, they all sit within that delivery space. So critical that delivery is there, delivery is understood, and that the message we sell is about the delivery of service and how we can support and serve those communities. So that is the reason I am there. As I said in a previous conversation, we have been given the diagnosis. It is terminal. Are we on palliative care yet? I am not sure. We are trying to minimise the damage to this organisation as we work through the next 2 or 3 years and provide the best service we can for our wider communities and what it looks like. I am happy for anyone and everyone to talk to me. That's what it's about. It's about conversations. It's not formal meetings. It is coming to a collective position that we can then bring to this table and agree on. Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Gerard.
I'll be happy to keep it as it is with the motion, but I would like the opportunity to have a whiteboard with the work.
After this council
committee.
meeting, we are going to have a part of that.
Yeah, well, it's just really, I would be much more comfortable with, because I do feel I'm burning with ideas of how the reform could work for our environment from the mountains to the sea, and it's really getting those ideas across and how it could, the type of governance to do that. So yeah, I really, but yeah, it's important to have that opportunity. So thank you.
I agree, and we will ensure that happens. Councillor Megan Mackay.
Look, I just wanted to concur with what Councillor Davies said, which is about your leadership and saying this is a particular topic that's moving so fast, a kaupapa that needs support. And so I wanted to start by acknowledging that, because I agree that it has shown leadership. The part that I've found or I sit a bit uncomfortable is this group is meant to be a group of councillors who collaboratively work together, not to advance a single viewpoint, but actually to bring decisions back through to this council. And I respect Councillor Scott's decision. It is your decision to make, but it's a regretful decision from my perspective. And that's not passing any comment on Councillor Mackenzie in any way, but it is me saying sometimes when we talk about trust around here, this is a way for us to demonstrate and lead trust. When you've got the core service lead, your responsibility is absolutely to build the confidence in your colleagues. And that is what this working group should do as well. It is not to put forward any single lens, but enable us to actually work collaboratively together and hear the perspective of other councillors and find voice for other councillors. So I support the intent of this working group. Being a member of it, if I am a member of it, then I'm absolutely committed to finding pathways for everybody's voice to come through. And I think it's really important when the working group is set up that it finds some parameters about how it is going to do that properly. And I think the key things that we should be working on is not actually talking about where lines on a map go, because it's not our decision to make. It's about some common principles of how we're going to support the TAs to understand our services and what would work at a really good regional level. And if we get some common principles that we can bring through to council to agree upon, then the job's done.
And that's why this is also quite time-bound, which you were mentioning before, which is absolutely critical. Councillor Lamont.
I'm very humbled and happy to serve on this time-bound group, and it's been very interesting to hear the passion and the diversity of opinion, and absolutely I will take that forward with a very clear sight that we have to reflect the opinions of everybody around here and our wider communities. There will be a lot of conversations going forward, and there is a heap of work ahead of us, but our role is to support and try and bring through the themes to help our chair and deputy as we make some really important decisions that will affect a generation. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora tātou, nei te mea te kia koutou. Can you hear me today, Dion?
Kia ora.
Ka pai. Yeah, just ka pai. Haere tonu. Yeah, I'm very happy with the names there. I think this will be a great short-term group to come together and assist myself at Dion. I'll probably reiterate the kōrero from Councillor Mackay in regards to having no voice from South Canterbury on the committee. Disappointed that Councillor Scott removed himself. I believe that this is probably one time we really need one of the voices from down south there. But as he said, that himself, Councillor Scott and Councillor Ward will feed in any information coming up from the south. But on that note, happy to support the motion. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Anybody else? Okay, I will close off if Councillor Mackay and Davies want to say anything. Okay, I just want to. I hear what has been said in terms of the process here, but things are moving so fast that when there was a council meeting here, there's a few things that popped up, and I was like, actually, I just do not have time to deal with that. I need some others to be able to just work through some of those things and then bring them to the council, or find a way to bring them to the council so that we can collectively discuss those and find out those ways forward. And it is absolutely 100% what Megan was saying. I think I can't really speak any differently to what Megan or Councillor Megan Mackay said. And I really want to thank and pay my thank you to you for your help in this, Megan, for building those terms of reference. The reason that we are transparently bringing a working group paper to the council is to make sure that there is transparency around this process. I could stand up a working group and just get on with it, but we are wanting to make sure that this has both the democratic legitimacy but also the transparency, so people know what's going on, people understand, see it, so it's not secret. Yes, the process has been fast. I'll take that on board and I'll try my best to keep making sure that people feel heard, but I will make a promise that whatever happens through this process, you will be heard. I also hold a different role as well. I hold the chair of the regional sector, and I'm having an incredible amount of information that I'm getting all of the time, and this council gets it at the same time that I get it. So you are hearing everything that I'm hearing and that I'm party to. You are getting it first in respect to what's going on within all of this local government reform. This has not just been happening since the last couple of weeks. For many of us, and especially me as that regional chair, this has been going on since November. And I'm a little bit tired, but I'm going to continue on. But I'm really thankful that I've got a few people here to help. And the intention is not to stymie anybody's voice, because this is a clearinghouse to bring stuff back to this council so that our voices can be heard, so that that collective voice can then be told across the region, so that our regional council voice is part of this reform conversation. Because as Megan was saying, there are some principles that we need to be putting and laying down as groundwork and as foundational to whatever new simplification, whatever is going to be coming next. So thank you everybody for the respectful conversation and noting those points. I do take them on board. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Councillor Robinson, do you want that noted? Councillor Robinson against. That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving to report items for information, we've got Council Resolution Status Report, May 2026. Terry, can you come to the table and introduce this report?
Thank you, Chair. This is the regular status update of resolutions made at prior council meetings. There is just one resolution that I wanted to bring your attention to on page 49, which the report states is in progress. That response to Danette has now been sent, so that will be updated for the next meeting. It just hadn't been updated in time for the papers to come out. I will leave it there and take the paper as read. Thank you.
Any questions of Terry? Councillor Scott.
I foreshadowed this question I was going to ask about the item on 8.1, access to pest management reserves. And I think, and I've got a question, but also just seeking clarification around point 5. And I think it's not my job to call you to the table, Jude, but I think we've got Judith Earl-Gallay in the room to help us through that. Chair. Are you there, Chair?
Yep. Sorry, I was just... Yes.
Okay. So thanks, Jude, for doing this. But my point, I guess, in terms of clarification around point 5, because the movement of those funds into wallaby containment is predicated on the fact that we need to get ourselves a targeted rate. I mean, that council has made that point. And we made that point to councillors that would be paid back. It wasn't, you're not just chucking money at them. So in terms of the wording there, Judith, that the staff will prepare funding options, including target rate options, I think there's a cart and a horse job here, because I think we need to have that discussion with that group in South Canterbury. And Nick and I intend to do that, and then have that discussion with the regional council about how that would work. Have you got a comment on that?
Through you, Chair. There's work underway to recognise the fact we need to engage with the community in order to socialise this aspect ahead of a long-term plan or any formal decision anyway. So I think we're quite aligned. It's the mechanism by which we do it. But it is recognising that in order for there's some socialisation that needs to actually happen with the community. So staff recognise that and are keen to ensure we are proactively engaging with the community on the big picture issue, because it's going to be a long time solving, and how we get through there. Is that helpful?
It does help, because I think there's two parts to this. One is the governance part that we owe this council, if you like, for the work that we put in to get this money. And we just don't want to walk away from that. So I think there's an operational aspect to that, but there's also and a wider community but they have to make a commitment, from my point of view, to setting up some sort of a committee with some influence across that area because it's 900,000 hectares. We will hit them with a number that we think we need to get from a targeted rate out of them, which will be significant. It's 900,000 hectares. If you're really rough, it would be 30 cents a hectare, like 270,000 a year, which gives us the opportunity then to build that fund over the period that we put in place through our LTP.
I think what this is trying to capture is the fact that there needs to be some work in order to inform something in the long-term plan to formally consult on. So we know there has to be some work ahead of that, but that's the mechanism to kind of lock it in.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Mackay?
I was just going to seek some clarity around the second to last recommendation on page 51 around the representation review, but I understand that Councillor Davies, God.
Joe. You guys need
Joe
to
has a proposal to put in a subsequent council meeting, but it's around the representation review and why should it still be there given the fact that we won't be having an election in 28? So I might pass over.
Okay. Do you want to have staff answer that, or do you just want to have Joe say something? Okay, Joe, do you want to say something?
David.
Yeah, just for the public record, I have moved a notice of motion to revoke the representation review from this triennium, and I have 5 signatures attached to that, and that has been passed to our governance team. So we expect to see that at our agenda in the June council meeting.
Chief Executive.
Kia ora, just to add, just prior to coming into the council meeting, I've seen that we've also received an email from the Local Government Commission with some updates around guidance of representation reviews going into simplifying local government. So that will, I'll circulate that, but that will feed into what we do next with regard to that item.
Okay. Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Stewart.
No, thank you. Mine's with regards to the notice of motion by previous councillor Southworth. Is that on? Yeah. I think it was in February we had an update to the private well owners, water suppliers, and there was a staff report based on an external nitrate report within the Salmon area. Now, that information was brought to the public, including an updated nitrate map. That was since redacted to the point that I've sought information on it since, and I see it's added to the schedule being brought to us this month, June or July. My question is, why wasn't this provided earlier? What was the hold-up? Because I see that the updated nitrate map, the gaps, and the way forward are actually very separate issues. One is regarding superseding what was brought to the public, and the other one is actually updating the public on what they need to do next. Could you speak to that?
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you. That's a very good question, and we've been unpacking all of the pieces since that February briefing. So what we brought in February, if you recall, councillors, was a quick update of the indicative information that we wanted to be sharing with some of the industry chief executives, which was around the desktop study that we did, that was looking at approximate numbers of dwellings that might be taking water from groundwater for their drinking water supplies, and then also those risk maps. And the risk maps, if you recall, we do on a regular basis. So it's something that the science team does regularly. We got feedback from councillors in that briefing, and also from the CEs that we spoke to around the risk of the risk maps, if you like, in terms of separating those risk maps and just putting them out without the context of what people should do, and what the desktop study around the number of indicative number of dwellings was actually telling us. And so we took a little bit of a step back, and so what we've been doing is working through how we put those risk maps out, rather than just throwing those risk maps out, as, to be fair, we have done in the past. We have just published them, but not really explained to people what they need to do with that, what it's telling them. And so that's the piece that we're working on now. So we are working on the risk map information to make it fit for consumption, so it's useful for people. We're also working on the survey that we told councillors that we were doing. So we're doing some independent survey work around who is taking their water from groundwater, and are they treating, and are they testing that water, and are they treating, just so we can bring all of that back to council as a package of information. So we will be putting out to the community the risk maps with all the right context around them in the meantime, but we'll also be bringing back to council in sort of June, July. We're aiming for the July meeting at the moment because we're hoping that will give us the full survey results as well, so that we can answer that last part, which is to bring back all of that information with some advice. Where would you like us to go with this next? So does that answer the question?
Not really, sorry. No, it's just that February was one particular example of it being a public meeting with information brought to us. It's since been brought back in, and asking for that information, I've had emails to say that the technical input hasn't, I had to wait 2 weeks, and then it was 2 weeks. And I'm sorry for bringing this up in public, but it's very frustrating because that was public. And it's since not, there's a gap there between that February meeting and today. And what does the public see in that gap without any forthcoming information? I'm confused as to what that gap sits like in the public. Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm hearing your concerns. Yeah, that we brought back to a briefing the indicative first look, and that was a public briefing. So public who were looking at that briefing would have gone, okay, well, the risk map is coming out now. So I hear your concerns around that. What looks like silence from our end in that space. But we did take the feedback from councillors in that briefing, which was actually really helpful, that if you put these risk maps out as they are without good context and good, which we have done in the past, to be fair, so we may well have caused the issues that councillors raised for us in that briefing in the past, that we need to actually put them out with that good context about what should people do with that information, what's it actually telling them, and that's what we've been working on, in the meantime.
I'm still not comfortable with it. I'm so sorry. It's just that particular risk map wasn't by any means considered as preliminary. It was an updated map, and it went online from what I remember. And so that is still imprinted in the public, and the original notice of Councillor Southworth saw all that information, and it's since been brought back in and tweaked, and it's not a gap in the public either, it's a gap for consideration.
Yeah, point of order, Chair. I think this is more appropriate for a debate rather than having staff at the table.
Okay, is there a question, Councillor Robinson, further question?
I'm just wondering, I guess as a councillor requesting that information, I haven't had a response 3 times.
Okay, Councillor Mackay, then Councillor Mackenzie.
Great, thank you. So, look, my question was also in regards to that Notice Motion 163 and some of the conversation that's just occurred is kind of similar but not. And what I mean by that is that Notice of Motion, specifically Part 3, that was actually under the last council. And I do just have a question about at what point does this council get to make governance decisions on what work it might want done in the future, and because when you said before about the risk maps, I remember all of that feedback where a number of councillors were saying actually you cannot continue to produce that and put that out in that way, that there's risk with that. And so I think at what point do we get to go, actually, here's the 3 things that we think the focus should be on, and not necessarily, for example, the targeted rate or whatever the words are in that Notice of Motion. So broader question is, when's the touch point for us to give some direction?
And looking at Terry with her acting OCEC hat on. Staff will always be working on the latest council decision that's been a formal decision. So that's why we've got, got the resolution tracker. And so until such time as council changes that through a formal process, then those are our instructions. Obviously, we've had briefings and things along the way, so we've had good discussion and good feedback. We'll be bringing all of that back when we bring this paper back to you. So what we're working on at the moment is bringing back all of that advice as requested here, but also subsequent information that we've had, conversations we've had with industry, where we've got to with the Drinking Water Action Plan, which was also a council decision to progress that plan in that July meeting, at which point you as councillors may say, put all of that down, go over here, or pick up something else, and that's where we'll get our next formal instruction from you.
That is really helpful, and I think seeing how some of the processes work, like Joe putting forward that amended notice of motion, I now understand it, but the June-July timeframe seems so close to not bother, but thank you.
Councillor McKenzie and then Councillor Gerard.
So my question really is around those risk maps. What are the qualifications? You're putting out the risk maps anyway, is that what I heard? And with qualifications, when do we get satisfaction that the qualifications you are putting out doesn't mean we're putting out misinformation to our communities?
Kia ora koutou. In terms of putting out those respects maps, as Teflon has explained, that's why we are going through a review process in accordance with the feedback provided from the last discussion in February. So we have an internal process. We are having a number of discussions to progress that, seeking independent advice, and we'll come back to you in that June-July timeframe.
Before the risk maps go out, or after the risk maps go out?
The intention was to publish the risk maps once we've got that information and the contextual piece with them, which would be ahead of that July council meeting. I'm picking up what you're saying here, Councillor McKenzie, that you would like to see those at some point, and perhaps we bring them back through you, Chair, to a briefing ahead of that
I think it would be
meeting.
wise to.
Yep, I'm hearing that. So we'll take that on board.
Thank
Very
you.
happy to do that.
Thanks for the question, Ian. Councillor Gerard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, when we were during election time and the CE was working on this nitrate for us, there was time there where the staff got together with industry, technical expertise, and also was there at a more directorship level discussions as well about.
So after this notice of motion was first came out, the chief executive called a number of other chief executives within the rural industry in particular to have a conversation about how we could move forward together. Some directors are on that group. We were finding that it was a very useful forum and a very good way to actually start building those relationships. So that CE to CE forum is continuing, although the work in this space is really our work, and others are doing good work as well. And so those forums are where we're joining together to see who is working on what. But there are a number of conversations. I know that some councillors have also been working with some from the Dairy Environment Leaders group as well. So there's a number of different conversations going on. We work with the irrigation schemes all the time, and this topic obviously comes up as well. And so through our work, there are multiple ways that we're connecting with industry.
So, I as a candidate went out knocking on doors, and they said, "Well, what are you going to do about it?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to talk to the sector leaders and then see what solutions they have." So I've actually, because Dairy NZ have invited us to go and talk to them. So I thought, well, I haven't, it's been quite a few months now. So I've actually written to them and asked, and they have offered for me to go and talk to them and to ask for their technical expertise that I want. So I'm suddenly in this position where I actually have very little knowledge of what's
Sarah, do you have a question?
said and done. Yeah, so it's sort of like, do I, is there some information I can have up front that so I feel prepared to actually speak to Dairy NZ, to have a bit of background on what what has been said and done or not?
I mean, there's a great deal of information that staff can provide for you in that conversation, but also just reminding councillors that you do have the allocation of those relationships and those relationship leads. So, and you have a core service lead in Councillor Mackay as well, who will have that information through the core service. And so it may well be that you might not want to go into that conversation on your own and take some of the councillors who in fact have been involved in this work, and also staff can certainly support those conversations. The core service lead councillor, sorry, not core service lead, the relationship lead councillor for Dairy NZ, I would like to say is possibly John or sorry, Councillor Sunkel or Councillor Mackay, but but again, that relationship will already exist, so it may be that you would like some support to go into that conversation.
Councillor McKenzie.
Well, it seems to my question really is this we're trying to address a health issue, aren't we? Not necessarily a contamination issue. I mean, contamination leads to the health issue, but the science and the qualifications we need around the risk maps is to do with what are the thresholds for human health. And so are we talking to the right people about getting that? Because that's not Dairy New Zealand and it's not irrigation companies. That is Ministry of Health or the Canterbury Health Board. And that's the concern, is that if we misinform our public on a health issue, are we doing more harm than good in terms of pursuing this issue?
In terms of the risk map report and the information contained within it, its purpose is to share with the community our latest understanding of nitrate concentrations in groundwater. That is there are health implications that are separate to that, but the purpose of the report is to share our knowledge of nitrate concentrations in groundwater.
Okay,
the purpose of the motion or the direction for you to was all around the health issue of nitrates in drinking water, and so I think if you're conflating the two issues, then you're getting it wrong. The question we have to answer, it seems to me, and this is a question to the staff, is around the health aspects of nitrates in the drinking water supply. That's what it's about. This isn't about pollution. This is about the health aspects of health risk in the drinking water supply in our groundwater. And that's where we need the qualifications to be absolutely right. Otherwise, we'll be guilty of misinforming our community.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure what your question initially till you explained that.
The question is, I want reassurance that we're addressing the health issues and not a different issue.
Yeah, thank you. And so from the notice of motion, we are bringing back information to council for council to make the call. We obviously are not making a call around health. We are making a call around the nitrate concentrations. And then the next piece is sharing information, and then it will be up to the community to be drawing those conclusions.
I think you're hearing that you need to. Well, there's a step missing here, so let's work through that and bring that back to us because we could talk about this all afternoon, and we've got to get through a council agenda. So
we'll
moving on. Thank you very much, everybody, for the questions on this. May I please get those resolutions up on the screen? Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Scott. Thank you, staff. Any debate? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. Previous committee activities and minutes. Terry, you're backwards and forwards, and I've lost my space. We've only got confirmed minutes from the the Regulation Hearings Committee. Terry, don't worry about coming up. I'm just going to ask Councillor Claire Mackay if there's anything that she wants to say to those minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'll take the minutes as read. There was just for one meeting here, the 1st of April. There was a couple of decision items around hearing panels and some status reports. So pretty much standard as our role. I will just note that there is on page 57 of your agenda a secretarial note, which was around requesting a briefing or information back to committee members around the process that staff took to provide information for our hearing commissioners and also some further stuff around our roles. So there has been some guidance provided to staff that we've had all the committee members had a sit down this morning with staff in the room, and a paper will be coming back to us. The original draft was written, but it did need to have a wider scope added to it. So that will be coming to council hopefully in the next couple of 3 months. So that's a piece of work that staff have undertaken to do.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Any questions? Can I get the resolutions up on the screen? Can I have a mover? Councillor Faulkner, a seconder. Councillor Robinson? Oh, well, sorry, Councillor Mackay. It's you wrote the report. It's your committee, but all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. 9.3, the 2026 Kōrero Mai Survey and Organisational Insights. We've got Joe Dominin, Chief People Officer, and Mary Abbott will be supporting her to introduce this report. Over to you, Joe.
Kia ora tātou. Take the paper as read, obviously, but I'll just point out a few wee pieces in there. We head across to the overview on your second page of the paper. I just want to point out that we've had really great participation again this year. The survey was done in the beginning of March, and we had near on 81%, which is decidedly over the benchmark for local government. So we're really pleased with that. And despite the context under which we're working presently, we've seen a 2% uplift overall for the organisation. And that assertion we mentioned there, our organisation responds quickly to external changes, has increased by 7%, while all others remain sort of similar. So that 7% increase, we asked some intentional questions about how our people were feeling about change this year, given all that was happening at that time, just prior to the survey, and has continued to since. So we're pretty pleased with that. Across the page at the top there, the high scoring areas continue to be the positive work environment, our strong cultural support, the commitment to the environment and community impact, and our effective leadership. So we're pleased with that as well. Then though, down to 17, our lowest scoring areas do give us considerable areas for improvement, and I'll talk a bit more about that if we get to it. Around improving role clarity, systems and processes, tangible tools and resources for our kaimahi. So those continue to be our areas of focus this year. Across the page, next steps, I think you'll all know that capturing organisational scores with tools such as this is a great exercise. It's really worthwhile to do that data capture, but that's not where it stops. So that's where the work starts, right? So you take what the organisation has told you, and then your opportunity is to action plan based on that. So it's a couple of threads to our action planning this year, which is slightly different to previous years. The first being the standard working with teams. Leaders will create an action plan based on their own localised results to their team or section or directorate for smaller directorates, which will be quite targeted based on what the survey has told them for their team. A very straightforward action planning process. We're getting teams to focus initially on just 3 actions, 2 things that are going well, taking a strengths-based approach to organisational action planning. So 2 things that are going well. So based on the context that a rising tide lifts all boats, or taking a strengths-based approach. If you do more of what you're doing well, you tend to get better outcomes, but also then one that looks at that deficit. Where's an opportunity for improvement? What's not going well? So that happens. That's the first part of action planning that happens within teams. The second part that is different this year, or is enhanced, I guess, this year, is we as a people team, as the owners of the tool, not as the owners of all the data that sits within it, are supporting our leaders to look at what are the organisational themes that are coming up within the report this year. So not just saying how is a team doing and what do they need to do better or differently, but what's it broadly telling us about strategy, and talking to Amy about that, or Director of Strategy and Planning. What's it broadly telling us about digital and our opportunities, what's going well, what isn't, and then talking to the digital teams about that. What's it telling us about our people practices? So taking a bit more of a matrixed approach than we've done previously. So those conversations have just started. It's still relatively new data for us. So I just wanted to share that with you. I wanted you to feel confident that there were actions coming out of this, not just a data capture exercise, because that wouldn't be useful actually. So perhaps if we jump into the presentation, if I may. Conscious we're standing between you and lunch, so we won't take too long. I can't hear any bellies rumbling yet, but I don't want to get there. Is that something you ladies can drive from there, or shall I jump on here? That's okay. Have you got it in front of you, folks? If I just talk to some key... Yeah, we can just keep going. As we've said, almost 81%, so I've gone straight to the third slide, almost 81% participation, which is almost 14% higher than the benchmark. The benchmark being organisations similar to ours. So this is a tool that's used, for those that are newer to the table, it's a tool that's used across a lot of public sector, local government across New Zealand. It's a New Zealand-based tool. So we've seen slightly lower participation this year than previous years, but still very, very high. It's statistically significant, the responses that we get. So we've got a lot of confidence in the data. The next page there, our validated score is 64% this year, which is up 2% on last year, which I think is really positive. Something that can happen when you have newer people in an organisation, they can sometimes score more highly. So I think what's particularly pleasing about this is our turnover, meanwhile, is also the lowest it's ever been. So we haven't got an influx of new people necessarily to inflate that score or alter it. It's actually our established existing people who have actually just scored slightly higher. So that's, I think, something I wanted to share with you. It's worth noting. Jumping to the next slide, if I may. These are the tool itself creates these categories for us, so that the titles on the left are defined by a series of questions that sit within each of those themes. So that again, decided by the tool. Cultural competency, I just want to speak to that one for a moment, because that's probably... I'm not sure that label entirely matches with what some of us would intuitively think that means. So that label, the questions that sit in there, are that we have an organisation where the culture supports the use of te reo Māori, where Kaimahi believe that the organisational values te ao Māori, and where we believe the organisation engages effectively with mana whenua. It's not speaking to we are all very culturally capable and we can all speak the reo and we all have excellent tikanga. It's not that. I just wanted to articulate that difference for you in case you had any. The rest, I think, are hopefully fairly straightforward, and we can answer any questions about those if you like. Next slide, our top 10 questions. They're very similar to the top 10 we saw last year. There's not a lot of movement between them. A few have shuffled around. The benchmark comparison, what that refers to there, is that public sector local government benchmark. So that benchmark, I'll point out, that is not a benchmark based on everybody else this year. That is a cumulative benchmark over however many years the survey has been asking that question of our entities. So there were some golden years through COVID where people were particularly happy to be working from home and not necessarily expected in some organisations to deliver as much. So for those years, we did see an inflation in what those scores looked like, and those continue to make up that benchmark score. So this is not us this year compared with other organisations this year. That's probably something worth noting, I thought. I'll jump to the bottom. So the top 10, fabulous scores in there, some very high scoring questions. We're really pleased with those. There's many that stand out in there, and I hope you've had an opportunity to look at those and fondly at those. The next slide, though, is, of course, our areas for opportunity. There are some low scores in there. We've got action planning and justification and good work happening around each of these, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those should you have them. But again, this bottom 10, not unlike the top 10, very similar to the bottom 10 we saw last year, so still some real areas for opportunity for us. I'll speak to any of those if you like. The next slide. We've asked questions particularly around the 4 po of our organisation, so putting the community and customers at the heart, growing our relationship with mana whenua, maturing our governance and our understanding our political environment, and removing pain for our people and customers. And there are some really lovely themes that have come out of those. Again, continue to be areas for improvement as well, but we've articulated on this slide for you the bits that are going well across those. Again, taking that strengths-based approach. And then what keeps our people here, the next slide and the last slide, consistently, again, our people tell us that he tangata, it's our people here that keep them here, the people they work with, they enjoy working with one another, and that does include their leaders, by and large. Lots of good feedback about the leaders we have in our organisation. The work-life balance, our people really value flexibility. You'll recall a couple of slides ago, we're only sitting at about 50% for people's opinion on their remuneration. but they do really value the flexibility they get here. So we, as a public sector organisation, a local government organisation who continue to aspire to be fiscally responsible with the money that comes into us, we will never be at the front of the pack around remuneration. It would simply be inappropriate. But some of the things we can do are making sure that our people have a good experience here and that flexibility. So that's come through strongly as well. And the third is our people have a strong sense of purpose and values alignment to the work they do. Which is really pleasing to see, not at all unexpected in an organisation such as ours, and something that can go with our people wherever the work sits. They feel very connected to the work that they do. So I'll stop there. Through you, Chair.
Thank you. It's a comprehensive report there. Any questions of our staff on this? Councillor McKenzie.
Well, just on that graph, average critical success factor scores on page 69, my interpretation of that is that when it comes to the stuff that's perhaps important to ratepayers, the staff don't think we're performing that well, but all the warm, cuddly features, which is critical for staff happiness, we perform very well. Is that a fair interpretation, or have I got it wrong?
I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure that we can decouple them, though, because happy people tend to deliver better outcomes for an organisation. So if we're clearly defining what the organisational outcomes are that are expected of our people for our ratepayers, and our people are content in their roles and being well taken care of, they'll tend to deliver better to those. But to some of the pieces that we're not doing particularly well, you'll see back on the other slide around the bottom 10 scores, things like the feedback we receive or our people's belief of our reputation of our organisation with the communities. Some of that has some room for improvement. Some of that, though, is we tend to hear from people how humans work, as they tend to communicate more when they're unhappy than when they're happy. So we will naturally see a negative skew in the communication that comes to us. The pieces that come through on social media, there's the potential for that as well.
Yep. Quick follow-up. Talking about operational process, project management, what are we doing? I guess.
Well, good. For now, our team that are responsible for those areas of delivery, so project management improvement, we grew a different director for look at what is the work, how are we delivering that work, are we clearly articulating what is a project, what isn't a project, all of that good stuff. And through that work, we've, and with the support of a consultant, we've actually created a project playbook, which sounds quite simple, but actually it's really useful. The project playbook defines all of the stage gates of a project, so whether something is indeed a piece of work we're going to pick up, the approval pieces that happen to scope that up and really clearly articulate what sits in the project, then what is expected to be delivered through that project, and then what is another piece that's come through in here, what is the review? Have we actually looked to say that what that project said it was setting out to do, whether it's actually delivered it or not, delivered the intent or not? So that project playbook is newly in action and proving to be very successful, but it's early days for that, Councillor McKenzie. For instance, that's one example.
Councillor McCoy.
Thank you for the report. It's really helpful to get some information and for us to hear what our people who work here are telling us, so really important. And I will focus on the bottom part, which is where we tend sometimes to go to. In particular, what I see from this is the comments around technology and saying that maybe the technology might not be the best to create the reports or support organisational need. And I just wanted to know, is there a technology issue occurring within council? And if so, how do we address that?
So technology is a tool to support business processes, customer processes, internal operating processes. So like many public sector organisations, we've come into, we face a legacy of technological debt, underinvestment in technology. So there's plenty of work happening now, I can say hand on heart, with the digital teams. So a couple of examples would be our finance management information system, FMIS, or internally branded FAMOUS. I like to call it FAMOUS. That project is looking at our systems in terms of the finance management systems. We've got our contract management system work that's been led out through a variety of teams, including digital. So there's good work happening. There are some foundational, really good pieces, but it continues to be an area of focus. What we need to do now, what we are doing now, though, is saying where we have technological debt or opportunities for improvement, let's be really sure that those are the right improvements with ratepayer money in this moment in time, given what's happening around simplifying local government. So we are taking a bit of stock stock take in terms of those technological projects we have planned, which I think is prudent to do in this climate. Yeah.
I just need to move a motion to extend the meeting. We'll just finish this item off before we close off for lunch. Can I please have a mover? Councillor Sunkel, seconder, Councillor Davis. All those in favour, please say aye. Anything against? Carried. We'll continue on. Councillor Mackay, did you have anything further? Okay, Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Davis.
Thanks for this. I actually think you've done an amazing job getting so many people to talk, during this quite unsettling time. So I congratulate you on that. As Councillor Mackay just mentioned before, I mean, I naturally concentrate on, the lower score areas, and just want to tease out a couple of elements there. I guess I'm looking at the roles and priorities clearly defined in the organisation, as well as the ability to review projects to understand the outcome met the original project goals. They sort of go quite hand in hand in my view. So I guess identifying that, what would be the drive next to make sure that staff are included in the woe to go and seeing a little bit of positivity as an end goal and something that they're working on? Like, do they have that ability to see the project fruition?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, as I've already mentioned, the playbook starts to articulate much more clearly what is a project, what's expected of the project, what's being signed off for any kind of resourcing that might be required, how are we refocusing. So that prioritisation happens within that playbook framework. But I think, I guess when you think of organisational leaders, we need to be making sure that we as leaders are really clearly articulating what the organisation is here to deliver, and then how that plays out within the individual's work, and then how that plays out within the individual's performance appraisal, their goals sitting within the performance systems, and what are we discussing in our monthly catch-ups. So it needs to flow right through the organisation, and that is an area of opportunity for us to do better. So one of the things I haven't touched on, which is remiss of me actually, is we have a new organisational leadership program which has been developed in partnership, which is called Kia Tau Ihi. That program is about a 9-month hōtaka, or a 9-month program for each of our people leaders. They're all going through that over the next 18 months. It's led out of Mary's team here. We've got 2 people working on that almost full time, delivering that program to all of our people leaders, which includes things like focusing on the future. It includes things like being resilient through change. It includes things like setting appropriate performance measures, managing poor performance. All of those things sit in that hōtaka. So we're very hopeful that will have we've only just got the first three cohorts underway. We've grouped up 5. I've got the brains trust here. I don't know why I'm not letting Mary talk. 5 cohorts, the first 3 have started, and it's a very structured program. It includes both face-to-face learning and then some expectations for assimilation back in the role. So there's all of the stuff that we're being told about through the surveys, important information our people are giving us, will be represented in the learning that people will undertake in that program.
A very small question, which I had to tease out through when you started talking. As part of this process, have you identified ELT concerns and staff concerns, and are they amalgamated together in here, or is there an ability to separate them to see if they're different?
Yeah, there's lots of ways we can look at the data, and one of the default ways the data presents to us as an organisation is we can look at your senior leadership team and how they score in everything compared with the rest of the organisation. So that's a default setting in the tool.
Is it appropriate to be able to see that at some point? Oh, sorry.
No, it's the dance of microphones, isn't it? I'll take advice on that. I'll get back to you on that one. Yeah. But so we can also then look at leadership group. We can look at the next tier of leadership. How are they scoring on areas versus everybody else? There's lots of ways we can.
Councillor Davis, then Councillor Lamont.
Thanks a lot. This is great because we've had this before at the CE performance review, and Stephanie's aware of some of these issues too. So she's working on stuff. But hopefully, as we improve our governance, then the whole organization is moving clearly forward. But I have heard from some non-regulatory sort of field staff that for reporting, what would be helpful is possibly some training in GIS, just based stuff. So when they come back with data, they have an input table that can just quickly load up. And I don't know where we're at with that, but we can take it offline, maybe through John on RDC. We can just talk about that. Yeah.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you for this. Really helpful to see. If I were to say to you, the opposite of a death by 1,000 cuts, maybe being the stroke of genius, if you were to choose one thing to improve and for us to be even more our best selves, what would that one thing be?
Oh, Councillor Lamont, one thing? It's such an absolute question that is very tricky. But I think that research tells us that people's relationship and connection to their direct leader is the biggest success indicator in an organisation. So I think we're on the right track with putting the leadership program in. It's a big commitment for our leaders. It's a big commitment for the organisation to release everybody to go through that over that 9-month hōtaka, as I said. But that will be the ticket. I think it would be growing the capability and competence and confidence and kindness of our leaders, not because we have a deficit, but because I think we can always improve. I think that would be my one absolute under pressure for you today.
Councillor Moody.
Thank you. Yep, I liked your answer there around leadership. Will it be for all the leaders, like in terms of team leader, who manages, the lowest level? So is there enough budget and, to have them all trained, or is it only certain levels that get this training?
This training is for every leader in Environment Canterbury.
Excellent.
Wonderful. Well done.
Okay, can I please have a mover? Did Councillor Campbell, did you want to move it? You want to make a comment? Okay, so Councillor Campbell to move, seconder Councillor Lamont. Council, that you can... Oh, did we have another question?
Comment? Okay.
You can step back from the table now. Thank you very much, Joe. And Mary, oh my goodness, I apologise. Councillor Campbell.
As I was looking through this, I alighted on the same point in the bottom, 10 question scores, as several others have alighted on. We review projects to understand if the outcome met the original project goals. And it occurred to me that this is something that we as a governance group should probably be doing more of as well. The reason that occurred to me almost instantly was the feedback, again, that we got through our annual report. Lots of feedback about if you have environmental rules, enforce them, what's happening with air quality, why are people getting away with stuff, why is there not more compliance management and enforcement. Also just thinking about conversations that have been had about the Canterbury Water Management Strategy. Great ambition, lacking in the delivery. So basically the comment that I want to make in receiving this is that this is telling us something, this is an issue we have as governors as well, reviewing projects, reviewing our programs, making sure they're delivering and writing the settings when they're not delivering. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay, I'll move the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. We will break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:10 to finish the Chair's report and then our PX item. Welcome back. We are now moving into item 9.4, which is report from the chair. Do I have any people that have any questions of this? I'm going to take the paper as read. As you will see, there has been again a considerable amount of activity and things going on. In that period, since the last time we've spoken, we've had more clarification on simplification for local government, and there's been quite a lot of discussions with that as well. So, does anybody want to ask me any questions of my chair's report? Councillor Lamont?
I can see by this comprehensive report that there's a lot going on. It's an understatement of the year, probably. I just want to send a note of support that we're all here and you don't have to feel like you've got to do everything all the time, be all things to all people. Your health and well-being is absolutely critical in this next period as our leader, as part of the governance group of this council. So it's, do I have to make it into a question or can I just stay at
I'll Councillor Mackenzie isn't here, so we'll let it go. We'll let it fly.
Thank you.
But seriously, thank you very much for that. And yes, it is very busy, and my health is obviously very important, which is why I was really keen to stand up that working group to make sure that we do get a bit more sort of distributed stuff that's just happening. I'll still have to do a lot of this stuff, but it's the stuff that's happening internally that is also important. Councillor Sunkel.
And given the importance of your role, I think there should be an ordinance in this organisation to ensure that you do not travel to any place in this world that does not have more than 2 EV chargers, just in case, because you cannot afford to be stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, I went to the Westport to catch up with the chair of and deputy chair, the CEO of West Coast Regional Council, and yes, the charging situation over there was out. There's one charger, and it was broken, so I had to borrow power from the motel down the road for a few more hours than I expected. So, and then that got me up to Karakia so I could see my mum. Oh, look. It was my gripe when I first had an EV a few years ago, and my first few EVs, and it's get around the country, and I'll keep pushing that we should be making sure that we have investment, especially in our rural areas, for electric vehicle infrastructure, and John Sunkel will be very much a champion for that now, having also got himself an electric vehicle. Anyway, any other further questions on the report itself? No? Okay. I did just want to make a note here that from the last meeting, last time I did actually have a catch-up with Minister Bishop this week on Monday. That was really productive, and he was quite amenable to the situation, especially in our public transport space down here in Christchurch. And I talked about that a little bit yesterday, but that was a very productive meeting to be able to highlight some of our public transport challenges and the opportunities that we already have laying right in front of us. And thank you to the council again yesterday for the 1 to 5, because I think we'll be able to get that across the line. Councillor Robinson.
I actually just want to say thank you, Chair, and to Simon as well for allowing the Fisheries Amendment Bill to proceed, as in a commentary on it and our submission on it, and allowing me to speak to it to the Primary Production Select Committee. I think it was a really good decision because it does basically overlap with our own duties, and so I think that was really important, and it made the news, which is good.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you for doing that for us. Councillor Sunkel?
Just a question to you. Given the conversations that you have had recently with ministers, the opposition, and other varying conversations outside and inside this room, do you have a view of what a future might look like under a change of government for the processes that we are in? Not asking for a definitive, but is there a view formulating in your mind, given the conversations that we're all having with varying parties?
So I mean, from from those conversations, and I won't go into the details, but there is very much a sense that there is no fait accompli about what the end may look like, and things will most likely change. It's been stipulated to us right now, and this is what we've got to work with. So we will continue to work with that, but we should keep our mind to what may change, and I don't even think that changes necessarily if there's just change in government. I think it's also if there's a different government that's in the similar vein, there may be some changes. There's differing views around, but we have to continue working with what we have. But yeah, it's not a fait accompli as far as I can see.
I guess the follow-up, I guess, is the conversation, when the government changes, this will all go away. My interpretation of the conversations I've heard is that it probably won't go away.
Oh, yes.
It might be marginally different, but it's not going to go away, and it will be a continuation. So I guess that was more to my point.
Yeah, so if there's a change I can say that from the other side of the table, they would probably slow down the process rather than get rid of the process. There's an acknowledgement that the yo-yos of policy has done more damage than anything else over the last 6 years. But if there was a change in government, then I don't think the processes themselves would change. It would slow down, and we might get different outcomes in different ways, but I don't think it would be something will still change. And I think that there's opportunities here for us to continue the advocacy to make sure, which is why I want to make sure that what we're putting out there is very clear around what are those principles that are really important at that regional scale, so that when we do continue the advocacy, especially through the election campaign, that whatever falls out the other end, make sure that those are priorities and whatever policies then pop out the other end. Okay. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Lamont. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. Okay, so we're now moving into public excluded sessions. So all staff and members of the public are to leave the teams or the building. I mean, not the building, the room. If you are presenting a report for the session, you may stay for the items that you're contributing to. Now, oopsie, I need to get a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it. Yeah, move it.
Moved by Councillor Cramwell, seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That is carried. I'll just take a few minutes to turn the live stream off. We're live. We're now back in the public meeting. Thank you everybody for waiting online and we've let everybody in. The next council meeting will be held on the 24th of June 2026. I now declare the Councillor Sunkel.
Just before we do close, the matters that we have been discussing, at what point would we make a decision to bring those out of?
Don't know.
So I guess that is a question to lie on the table.
I don't know. I now declare the meeting closed at 2:40. I invite Councillor Scott to close with Karakia.
Kia ora. Anuia ki te uru tapa nui o tānei. Kia waitea, kia mama, tīnā kau, tīnāna, ti wairua I te ara takata. Kōrero e rongo, whakakapi ake ki runga, kia tīnā.
Tīnā.
Aumi e, hui e.
Tāo.